we're very different, ages, lot of difference. But it's something when we got together for a chat, we all related to like certain pain points. So why is this happening? Like, why is there a bias even at a CX level, or for me, who I think is fairly starting out early in their career?
I think for women, the onus or the burden for proof is way higher than the other gender. Case in point, yesterday there was an interview by Vinita Singh, the CEO of Sugar Cosmetics, and she quoted that she was asked by an investor or a client that can I have a chat with a man for real business. I think the onus lies larger on us to prove our competency or to prove our worth.
That's creating, that still contributes to a lot of disparity.
Right. Do you think it's because there's always been a continuous bias? Like the role of women has been overly defined, whether it's at workplace or at homes. Everywhere we've seen women being put into places. So do you think it's because of that?
Completely. Well, we can't just depending on only on one cities, but there are certain cities where women have been trapped in certain way, in certain reputation or position that you only have to stick to this position. So now I can say it's high time we need to step up for ourselves and stand in the society.
But what kind of biases are still present, right? I just wanted to, for us to sort of share our own experiences if we face something that you feel that in 10 years nothing has changed.
Yeah, because sometimes it feels like, for example, as a working married woman, you have lots of challenges in terms of your in-laws family, in terms of your society, that if you are married, then you need to first focus on the family as only. Career is just like, secondary thing or secondary option. So this mindset we need to change. That's why we have to focus on this opportunity. And I guess in our Better Place itself, we are having certain clients and we are giving opportunities to the people, the ladies who are doing very great after their career. So it's a very good opportunity we are looking forward to.
I think for me, what stands out is I come from what I believe is a very privileged background. I never face any gender discrimination, etc. And yet, right now, I went through a huge life, personal thing, right? Like I got married. I was so hyper aware of how that would be construed at workplace. How many leaves am I taking? Are people congratulating me more? Are they expecting me to slack off of work, take time off? And it shouldn't be that way, right? It's not the most natural thing, but it's definitely something a lot of us go through. I don't know if the other gender thinks so deeply about this in terms of how it'll affect their career. And that was very appalling to me that I was even having these thoughts.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it gets more intense when you have a baby because just at that time, there's so many expectations, right? And so many stereotypes that only a woman has to do something versus
Yes,
anybody else.
completely agree.
What about you, Saras? Anything that you're noticing in terms of biases that are continuing as well?
I think, although even I come from a privileged background and I haven't really had any kind of discrimination at home, but there's a question that I once found in an interview, and it was about, are you married? And and I've never heard a guy hear this question. So it was one of the things that really appalled me, that pulled me back. I was like, why does this matter? Why does my marriage matter to people while they're recruiting me? Because it should be about my skills. So I get it, that it comes from the background that if a woman is married, she has certain responsibilities, which is not expected from men. So that's the kind of discrimination that I've felt. But I think in Better Place, I've never been given less opportunities compared to men.
Also, I'm sorry, but I would like to, tell you this point as well. When you are married, there are certain kind of interviews that, are you planning to have, take a long leave or something in respect of the pregnancy and all that stuff? So these are the points which make you feel like that you are lacking behind sometimes. So that's my point.
I think it's interesting that a lot of, gender inclusion, so to say, or gender fluid inclusion is actually taking place more actively in organizations. So a lot of women have told me that when they come to workplaces, they feel better. It's actually back home that there's a lot of social pressure that they end up facing, right? Any observations from your side, Pratibha? You're always on the road. you're meeting so many clients and customers. How are you dealing with any biases that you face?
I feel I've got lucked out in that case. Come from a very, very open-minded family and very encouraging family, and got lucked out with my previous experiences also in be it HSBC, TBS, or now in Better Place. Blessed with very, very supportive mentors, and clients also have been very kind. So luckily, I haven't faced biased per se so far.
Okay, isn't that incredible? Maybe you have seen it being faced by others, right? That's the only thing. Yeah, good, okay. So I think one of the thoughts that comes to my mind is this, 80% or 85% of human beings actually face something called imposter syndrome, where you're always struggling with self-doubt. Women face it a lot more prominently. Diksha, and I looked at Diksha because she and I always talk about the fact that, why is it that women are struggling with imposter syndrome? And she's so smart, right? When she's so smart, I can't imagine her having an imposter syndrome. So tell me more about why you feel that way, Diksha.
So I was reading something, right, about women in leadership positions. 2020 was a year where we hit 42% women in leadership positions, with the rest being men. That's amazing, right? But the same study concluded that 75% of these women suffer from imposter syndrome as opposed to less than 20 of men. So men tend to believe that they've achieved where they've got what they've deserved and they've achieved a lot to get there, versus women sometimes are maybe question, do I deserve to be here? And that's the statistics, right? I'm not saying that's everyone's experience. I'm sure we all have certain amount of self-doubt. But that's so interesting to me that despite working so hard, we say that there's no complete equity. Women have reached a certain position. They're leaders. And yet they're saying, do I really deserve to be here? And it's not just them, right? It's me. It's every day I'm in a conversation, let's say with Praveen. And I'm like, okay, but why is he indulging me with a conversation, right? 5 years into my work, like, what do I know? And it's getting better with more women I see here being confident, taking up these positions and saying, hey, you deserve it. And for example, what you just did, right? Just acknowledging that the other person's really smart and maybe they deserve to be there. I think it's still interesting that we don't talk about this enough, that it's such a common feeling that we all feel. And yet it's something we're dealing with alone.
Yeah, you know what is fascinating is just the fact, science says that just the fact that you know you're struggling with imposter syndrome itself is a first step and an easy step to overcome it, right? Do you guys also face feeling like that?
Yeah, so recently I read an article and it was about learned technological disability, which is actually a psychological term for women. Women think that, tech, that is a derived thing, that they think the tech is for men. Like be it like when we're kids, like if there's a problem with a computer, we'd run away to our dads instead of our moms. So it's something that has been put into our heads, right? And it's something that we have to overcome ourselves. It's something nobody else can do for us. And men are not responsible for it. It's something that society has put into us, that we don't belong to tech. So it's something we have to change.
Very interesting, really very interesting.
Yeah, also in particular, not to me or to Better Place, but the equity-based pay has a serious biases towards the other gender than to female. Though the contribution and being a productive partner, we are shoulder to shoulder to them, but then the equity-based pay is yet to see that equality there.
So how does that impact your, creating imposter syndrome? Do you even experience feeling an imposter syndrome?
I have not experienced myself to that intensity, but I've seen my friend going through it.
And how does she cope with it, Pratibha?
She's taking a therapy, she talks to a friend, and then she, discusses this thing, and she's coping up with it like that.
And anything from yourself as well, Aishwarya, on this topic?
So not yet feel the same, but yes, I would say not in terms of technology, in a personal thing as well. Women have so many mood swings and everything in respect of the syndrome or anything which we labeled it, but it's natural and it's all about acceptance. That once we start, sometimes there's a certain kind of mood swings happening to a woman. In terms when she's on her periods or in any way, so that should not be labeled like you are on your periods or what. So it's not about only a particular labeling thing, but it's like acceptance. Okay, we need to accept, okay, she is in a frustrated mood, so let's just change her mood, not to label that thing.
It's, I think it's fair to observe that we do have some awareness to be built and developed around imposter syndrome itself and the kind of different impacts that it has, right, or impact it has for different women very differently and for men as well, right? But something is working. All of us are here. We're all on the stage in different parts of our jobs. Generationally, I have now worked for over 15 years. And I've become bolder. I think I'm not going to take the things I was told. I was asked not to smile in my first job. I said when I get to be senior, I'm going to smile and I'm going to laugh at work and make it a happier place. So right from the way you look, the way you smile, the way you behave, girls are told not to do so many things, right? But something has happened, right? And in my case, I've had amazing mentors who took risk. They saw the potential in me. They gave me a lot of opportunities to fail and keep learning as well. I'm just curious to know what you all feel about it, because I really think that it's getting a little better, at least in the cities, in our own friend circles, it is getting better. So we'll start with Diksha.
I think definitely in pockets, right? And like the fact that we're having this conversation, all of you are listening in, this is an open forum, the policies we heard in the morning, right? All of it definitely ties into it. It's definitely getting better, and it's the openness that's driving the change, I feel. The fact that your male colleagues are going to come to you and how did I do something which affected you in a certain way, or can I make this any better for you? And there are colleagues who are having this conversation, who acknowledge the difference, and that's what equity is all about. We're not talking about equality anymore. We understand that everyone's different, and what you said, one size fits one, and the kind of communications we're having around that, that's definitely helping.
I think it's not just women empowering women anymore, it's also men around us who've been pushing us, be it our mentors, colleagues, who don't create the environment where we feel any less. So it's one thing is that, and the second thing is awareness. There's too much awareness now. Everybody has access to tech. Everybody has access to internet. So there's a lot of women empowerment happening. So I see the change, but I think change takes years, right?
A long time. Yeah.
A long time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead.
So I would talk about the a change in the mindset that now, like PWD women or any other woman who is having a career break in after marriage or any personal circumstances. So now we are accepting. So it's all about acceptance. Now society are, accepting us the way we are, but still we are on the verge of, taking more and more steps. But still, I can say that yes, we are on the right track to, have some position in the society for any woman.
No, absolutely. And Pratibha?
Totally resonate with the ladies here. I'll share my example. In most of the internal and external calls which we are having, the meetings and the Google Meets, mostly I'm the only female member accompanied by all my male counterparts, but have so far in Better Place, I've never felt that there is any gender bias or inequality, or we are all shoulder to shoulder, contributing our piece. So really happy that way, and things are immensely improving for women as a partner and women as a contributor.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the overall numbers are still we're way ahead, probably in the cities. But there is a lot more socially that needs to be done to give access. You have 34%, for example, in our own organization. What do we do to keep 34% at all levels, right? Similarly, I think industry is plagued with the same issue, and it gets intensified in technology as well as sales, right? To both of you, I think it's just incredible to have you doing the stuff that you're doing. But you're doing it because you're getting that social support, your families, your friends are always around you. And of course, technology is enabling you to be safer as well. So I would love for everybody to just turn around for a quick second. I'm going to ask the ladies a simple, nice question. So Pratibha, who do you want to thank in Better Place who has been supportive and helpful to you?
Thank you for the question. I'll begin with Praveen. He's the one who had actually hired me as my hiring manager, and he has always mentored me throughout and have actually helped me grow here. Then punishing for the mistakes which we all do as beginners, and we all have teething issues, but very patient throughout the journey. And lately, after Tarun has moved in, I think Tarun has been a wonderful mentor. and he has really have hand-holded and guided and taught us how to make a mark while we are diverting our focus from from new commerce organization to brick and mortar, and how to break these large deals, etc. And also personally, I think he has been a wonderful mentor.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And who's that one person that you want to acknowledge and thank outside of work?
Um, I think she's a friend. Her name is Anvesha Datta. She's the one who referred me to Better Place, and she's a best friend. And she always had my back, and so do I.
I hope Anvesha's tuned on LinkedIn as well. If not, you need to tell her to come on board and hear this as well, yeah? Thanks,
Sure.
Pratibha. What about you, Aishwarya?
So there is a quote that behind every successful man there is a woman, but now time has changed. So behind every successful woman there are men, right? So at Better Place, if we talk about, first of all, my reporting manager, Mr. Ankur Verma, he is very supportive, and he told me about each and everything, about how we go, how we plan, your everything. And Virag Pant, he is a motivator for me. I feel like, give up or something, he motivates me. So yeah, in terms of Better Place, I have a good mentor to guide me and to be on my successful road, for sure.
And personally?
So for me, my idol is my father, because he is something, he has done wonders in his career. So yes, my father for sure, Mr. Manoj Bhatnagar, and my husband, Chetan Bhatnagar.
Awesome. Diksha?
I think pretty consistent with what these two said, right? Having an emotionally intelligent manager who's mentoring you helps a lot. So Ayush for me has been that. We've had very difficult conversations, not just on a work note, but personally, where I felt that too much expectations was on me, or maybe too less, or maybe, I was not given the right opportunity. And having a manager who's open to have those conversations, correct themselves, that says a lot. I think specifically for B2C, we have this as a joke that it's just women running the show, which is not true. Definitely men of B2C, please don't get offended. But it's really amazing to have a cohort of women who get it, right? So Shreya, Snehal, Ruchi, they've all been around. You keep on talking with them, and also it helps that someone's going through the same stuff that you are. So I really like that atmosphere that we've built in the team.
Yeah, that's so great to hear. Saras?
I think I've just been very lucky to work with amazing mentors, or probably I've just worked with the right people in my career. So even here, like Gaurang, he's really helped me. He's not even in the office right now, but he's really helped me, even in terms of opportunities. I've never felt like I've lacked any opportunities in any terms, being women or being anything, right? And even if it was about work from home, right? I've never felt that there was a conversation that I couldn't have with him. Right? So I think it's very important to have that comfort zone with your manager, which you don't usually feel. So that's one. And at my, I think apart from Better Place, I would like to mention two people. So one is obviously like my father, like he's always pushed me. It's a very cliche answer, but I think I cannot relate with anything else more. He's always pushed me. I've never felt like, I've been given lack of opportunities in any sense. And the second person was like my last mentor in my last organization, Srinivas Varuganti. And he's always guided me, like even till now, we are in touch, right? Like he's pushed me to limits where I never thought I could reach. So I still consult him for my career advice, for personal advice. So I think I would still like to mention him.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, I mean, we promised this is going to be a conversation and I'm not just moderating, so maybe I'll take my turn as well. I think for me, I think at Better Place, it's both Surajit, he's standing right there, and Vivek, who just calm me down. There are so many difficult things that we are facing, at least I face on a daily basis, but when I'm like going and presenting something, they've taken care of my emotions. So all of us almost mentioned men, right? It's really, I think the world is coming to a place where you're looking at partnership in different ways. And personally, I think it's my girlfriends. I think the community matters so much. They understand you, they uplift you, and a friend of mine's coming next. We've known each other for 17 years, and she's awesome. And we've always been there to celebrate each other's failures as well as successes, right? So I think things hopefully are different. Did any of you have anything else you wanted to share or, talk? We'd love to take questions from any of you that you may have. Anything on chat? Anyone would like to ask any of the girls a question? Praveen? Surjit? I want to nudge you all, right? Somebody has to start. Pallav? This is your chance to interact with some awesome female leaders. Yeah, totally.
So, very simple thing, maybe not related to, what's one thing which you'd like to share with all your male colleagues, right? And what's one basic thing which you feel that everyone should take as a message, or that's the basic requirement which you expect everyone to do?
I think, it's very important for the men around us to make us feel comfortable, right? It's at least in tech, there are very few women, be it in college or be it in the industry. So it's very important for them to not feel out of the place. And it's the men around us who make us either feel this way or that way. So, you cannot put it into words, but how to make them feel comfortable, but that's something that you have to take care of.
We acknowledge that it works both ways, that everyone's going through something, but also acknowledge that there's certain biases that exist and we're fighting them. So just an acknowledgement of the fact that it may not just be equal yet, we're getting there, but it's not, and appreciate that.
I will be saying the respect, and please don't judge in any circumstances, because there are certain things where we get judged by people, by the male. Anyway, no offense on the same, but please don't judge us. Whatever we are trying to do, we have certain challenges to do. So please support us for the same.
I think would resonate with all of you. I think just be yourself. Don't be too cushy just because there's a lady in the room, and don't be too harsh because there's a lady in the room. So yeah.
So Pallav, we're going to dress the way we want. We're going to smile a lot. Yeah, and we're doing everything that's feminine and that's okay at workplace. So absolutely fine not to be seen as masculine. That's a lot of stereotype expectation that you get told, oh, you're not like a woman, that's why you're a senior person. No, that world has changed very fast, yeah. That's what you guys have to acknowledge and understand, yeah. We have a couple of minutes. We'd love to get your questions. Anybody back there, any women? Malika, anyone? Krishna? Any questions for us? You have something you want to ask? Vic? You want to come forward? Yeah, Malika has something to ask. People would like to listen to your question.
Maybe you can talk about the women also who empowered you, right? Maybe from your personal life or professional life, instead of, I know men support this a lot, but then I think women also have created that space for us to even come here and talk, if not for our maybe mother or, I don't know. I have many examples who you can talk about this as well.
I can go first. So my first job right out of undergrad was in consulting, right? And the India partner was a lady. And we delivered a project, went great. She took me out for coffee. And she asked me, where do you want to be, right? Like in life, what are you thinking in terms of career? And I said, it's so amazing to be you. How do I get your job? And the fact that that lady in front of me was so impressed that someone's willing to some would take that as insecurity, right? Why is this person after my job? She was just like, okay, this is what you need to do. These are the mentors you need to track down. And she went fully into action mode. So Shanti, who was like my first skip manager, who completely told me, hey, whatever you want is out there. Just go at it, put your head down, do the work, and it'll work out. So definitely that person.
I feel there are maybe divided into three parts. One is my girlfriends, of course, who lift you up whenever you feel low, and those girlfriends have been my work colleagues also. So they do understand you, what you're going through, and support you whenever. Second is my work mentor. She was in HSBC, she was credit head, and she said everything is possible, and don't ever hold yourself back just because you're married, you have kids. Everything's possible, and world is your calling. Just go for it. And third is my grandmother, who has always taught me, chin up, princess, or the crown slips. So just always carry that attitude. So yeah.
Yeah, so myself, then for sure my mother-in-law and my mother, both mothers are very much, passionate about their work, whether it's household work or whether it's a professional work, like hats off to them, how they manage. Talking about the second thing is, yes, my friend, my very close friend, and she always make me believe in yourself. Like once you start believing in yourself, people will believe in yourself. So see, whatever we think, we manifest, right? So once we start believing, then for sure society will believe in ourselves.
I think it would be my mother, because I think she's never really defined any role for me. Like, I don't know cooking, I don't know cleaning, I really don't know all these roles that at least women are supposed to do, right? And she's never even asked me to do any of that. Like, even my brother cooks, but I don't know cooking, and she's never really asked me to do that. And I think that's an amazing job to do, to like, not put your daughter into certain roles, right?
Absolutely, and that is exactly the shift that I think society is seeing. For me, it was my grandmother. She didn't change her last name. She made sure that 4 girls in the family were all well educated. We all went on to do our masters and PhD, and they were very clear that 4 of us at any given point have to have our own financial independence. And that sets a very different type of life. You're not excluding others, but you are taking care of yourself, and you have a choice that you can make at any point in your life. So I think,
In order to add on this, I'm so
sure.
sorry. In my family, so my family used to say, daughters are not tension, they are just like a 10 sons. So this is the quote we follow in our family. So to become a strong person, you have to be in that mindset that yes, we are not tensions, we are just 10 sons, equal to 10 sons, and we can do whatever we want to do in our life.
I think that's simply well said. And on that note, we'll come to the end of this particular session. I hope, it's been really useful to even hear some perspectives, right? A lot of times we know that we have women in our teams, women in our homes, but just to sit down like this and understand each other, understand the issues we are facing is itself a very inclusive setup. I want to thank each one of you. And I want to thank a few people who have joined us on LinkedIn, hopefully, and you'll get to see this recording anyway. But really, days like this across the year are essentially to give voices to the community that is actually socially marginalized. And that's really what we're trying to do here. So thank you for your participation. And thanks, everyone, whoever was concentrating and listening. Thank you. I can see Krishna essentially bending over to say yes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, yeah. Join us for the next sessions, please. A few leaders will be coming in soon. Thanks, bye. Hi, everyone. Can we have the folks sitting in the operations team come this side, please, and join us? We have our guest for here today. Bring your laptops. It's not a problem. Ilala, I'm just. It's live, no, on LinkedIn. Have you? Can you go live? Right now? Yeah. Just go live. It's fine. Vijayata, can you just call them? Folks on the operations side, on the other side of the bay, you're most invited to come. Come. Did you get a microphone? Which side do you want to sit? We're just going live in a minute on LinkedIn. Are we? Okay, so a couple of house rules. As we're speaking, it was very noisy last time. Can I request all of you to just whisper? I know you're working and you're participating. We have less space, but it's just a sincere request to keep it low. And do tune in. We'll really love to hear your questions at the end as well. Folks here, can you keep it low? We're requesting you to talk softly. Is that okay? Are we live? Thank you for my privilege to have someone as cool as you to come in and spend an hour with us. Colleagues, I'd like to take a quick minute to just introduce. Just a second. Sure. I'm supposed to. Can somebody help me? Is that here?
You want me to go now?
I think we're good. We'll figure.
We just want to feel a bit high today.
Yeah. Okay, good. So, just before we break for lunch, we're just kicking off the third event for the day. And we have Sushma Prasanna, and I'm going to read this out so I don't miss any formal introductions, Sushma. I would like to call her Sush. I know her for 17 years. So Sushma Prasanna is a thought leader in the loyalty industry space. For the last 2 decades, she's been helping companies redefine how they engage with their employees and trade partners, secondary and tertiary partners. Sushma is passionate about technology-enabled innovation solutions and has been helping companies from agri-businesses to IT industries in how they engage and build meaningful relationships with their trade partners particularly. She's helping these companies expand their user base, build direct connect with users, and help them leverage technology in analytics, communication, awareness, and improve their business. Sushma is also playing a very key role in mid-segment companies. Mid-segment companies to have robust strategy to have a good market hold and to expand into new markets so that they have a larger user base ultimately. She is the co-founder of Elevators, and Sushma very recently, in fact, the last quarter of last year, won the Karnataka Women Entrepreneurship Award. Can we have a round of applause for Sushma to join us, please? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohana, for the kind words, and thank you, Better Place, for having me this afternoon. I'm very sure this is the last month of the financial year, and all of you are very busy. But I think we should take a couple of hours to talk about some critical things that really matter to us to make Better Place even better.
So just so all of us know, while I'm fairly new myself, I'm just 4 months in the company, Sushma was my ex-colleague in my first organization, and we've been friends ever since. So we know each other, 17 years now, Sushma. And this was an important part of her introduction. If any of you stay connected to her, she has a crazy sense of humor. There's never a dull moment. And I think that just adds a huge value to all our lives when someone is funny and they're really trying to, make the whole moment more special at large. So, Sush, we were just talking, right, in the room. Why are we here? And why are we feeling like we need to have a day dedicated to women? There are people who walked up to me and they've said that, what about me? Why is it only a Women's Day that's being celebrated?
So I would like to start off with something really funny that happened last week. So every year around this time, people are very sensitive about these things, right? Talking about Women's Day and men coming forward and talking about why not Men's Day. You didn't do anything for me. I don't know when Men's Day is. Not that I'm not sensitive about men, right? So my colleague was asking another colleague, what are we doing for Women's Day? And suddenly this gentleman, my colleague, just stands up and says, why do we have to have Women's Day? You guys are ruling us every single day. My wife rules me at home. And another gentleman just got up and said, yeah, my wife controls me and things like that, right? And I'm sure all of you either are going through it or someone must be talking about it, right? And then, so this another colleague of mine, she said, started talking about critical points that how women are underpaid globally and underrepresented. So this other colleague of mine, he stands up and says, if women are underpaid, why can't organizations hire only women so they can save cost? Okay, while it sounded as funny as it did, it just comes from some place, right? One, most of us are really not aware of what's happening around us, right? When we look at women, for example, like Mohana and Sushma, and we always feel you're privileged, you have a great life, and why do you need Women's Day? What we forget is women who are sitting here today, we've had a struggle, we've had a journey, we had to fight through to get where we are today. And it's not just about us, it's not just about Mohana, it's not just about Sushma. Reality is different. We need to have our statistics right. You talk about, primary education, secondary education, higher education, and look at the statistics in India or globally where women are today, right? That's a reality. And look at leadership today around the globe. How many women represent the board? Today I was reading some article. There are only 18% of the women who are part of board of startups, right? Now that's not called equal representation. Now you might think that what's stopping women to get there? The story is a lot deeper than that, a lot complicated. And I'm sure through this session we will talk about the challenges that women go through and how we can make sure that it's a better place for women to thrive and actually have an equal footing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what sets the truth in place is the number. The numbers are not there, and therefore there's no equity, there's no access to a lot of marginalized community. And earlier that we were talking about, we said, having women here only gets the voices of that marginalized community to actually be represented effectively as well. So we did a campaign, right? Sriram and team actually pulled together a really nice campaign saying, I am a warrior and therefore I am. Yeah. So the reason why we asked all the women who are coming here today to speak to us at Better Place was to find their core strength, right? How do they define themselves at the very core? And for Sushma, it was the warrior mindset. So tell me more about that, Sushma.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So, life, when we talk about be it a professional life, be it a personal life, is full of challenges, right? Full of problems, you have adversities. And the more you seek in your life, it only gets more complicated, right? You aspire to get a better, career, you want to expand your family, all of that comes with certain challenges, right? Warrior mindset is how do you manage your life? How do you, take challenges head on? How do you not give up, When you have these challenges, how do you have courage to face it? It's really, really important to have courage to step up, to move forward, irrespective of what your situation is, how your life is, never to give up and to keep moving forward, right? And life keeps throwing battle at you. Are you ready to fight these battles, right? The battles could be internal, the battles could be external. And the more you seek, you have so much fear in you to take that step, to take that, when you move forward in life, right? How do you, face these fears head on? And that's what warrior mindset is, to take on all of these challenges head on, never give up, and also to make sure under pressure, how do you stay calm? It's important for you to be collected, to find your center of gravity and not to give in, So that's a strength you need to build. And success does not happen just like that, right? It's a mindset. You have to train yourself for success. And that's a warrior mindset that I believe one should have.
Yeah, that's so beautiful, and thank you for sharing that as well. Yeah. And I think whether you have many other traits or not, this is at the core, right? Really the core of mindset of pushing back, fighting, because it is ups and downs. Yeah. And I think we can never take that away in life. So Shreevu and I have known each other for so long, right? We've been friends, we became friends at work, but we became greater friends after work, and today we're here celebrating each other, right? What does all this mean? What does friendship at workplace mean?
So I've been in many workplaces, and I think firstly I should say I'm really, really honored to have a friend like you, and you've been a great mentor, a great guide all along in the last 17 years, right? So in the many workplaces that I have been in the last 19 years, I've had incredible learning, first, one decade was in HR, and you have so much learning, so much collaboration, wonderful things that have happened to you, and that has transformed you as a human being you are. But I think that one thing that I will always take away with me, and I look back at my career, I feel it's the friendship that has happened in every workplace, right? I can never think of a dull day that I've had at work because I had great friends, colleagues who became friends, who almost became family, right? Today, when I look back, all the companies that I have worked with, I've had so many colleagues who are still great friends. Today, if I want any guidance, any support, a mentor, an advice, or just to go have a drink with someone, right? You have so many people that you have worked with. And a lot of time what happens is you have your friends from school, you have your friends from college, or you have friends outside. But you can't have work-related conversation with them, right? The kind of stress you go through or kind of guidance you need. Sometimes they may not be able to relate to it, however close your family is and so on. But somehow your colleagues can relate to it. You can have great conversation. So I'm really grateful that I never sort of switched off and I just focused on work. I always invested in friendship at work wherever I was. And today it's also a great network for me. 5 years back when we started Elevators, at every point of time when I needed some contact, some connection, some help, there was always someone out there, you had worked. And when I say friendship, it's not necessarily your peers or people in your team. It could be any team. It could be your seniors at workplaces. It's important for us to invest in relationship, right? And that social equity is extremely critical, and network can actually define, how you move forward in life, right? So it's extremely critical for people to invest in this. And I urge everybody not to put on your headset and just focus on your work. And sometimes it works to do that. But I think it's important for people to have a conversation, make real connections. And I think workplace is only getting more and more complicated because of the external factors, and organization turnarounds are so quick these days, which means stress is inevitable, right? There's a lot of stress that people go through. When you have right kind of connections at work, I think it sort of diffuses that, to have a lighter moment at work, to have a friend at work, to have a nice lunch with somebody. I think it makes a lot of,
difference, right?
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Yeah. So I have a question for all of you in the audience. Some of you are very busy working, but just take a moment and look here. And any of you want to share an experience with a friend at work that you've made, which has really helped you in your career as well? You can pass the mic around, Trisha. I'd like someone from this side. You'll have been very quiet. Morning, people from here were asking questions. The two ladies here, can we get your views, please? What do you think of friendship at work? Here. There's absolutely no pressure. We'd love to just hear your thoughts. Anyone on this side? Diksha, Nilisha, anybody? And this side, anyone would like to share anything about friendships at work and the importance that women also have in regards to friendship at work? Hi.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
So, my name is Tayana. So,
Closer.
okay. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think obviously friendship at work is very vital. If you need to connect and network with people and, talk to them, because for me, especially because I graduated in during the COVID period, and then I had a remote job. So the difference I can see, you come here, you collaborate with people, you actually make better friends this way. So that's a.
Absolutely, and that's the reality that it feels better coming back in person also, right? to some
For sure.
extent. Thanks
Yeah.
for sharing that. That's awesome. So I think
I think just to add to what she was saying, I think that's the key part. Collaboration at work, and a lot of times when you don't have the right kind of relationship, getting work done becomes so difficult, right? When you have, you share a good camaraderie with your colleagues and have, that equation, you can collaborate better at work, which only means better productivity, right? Yeah, that's a great point.
I do want to talk, morning Saras and everybody else was talking, right? Dikshan, a lot of us were talking about just biases, stereotypes. But what is this whole thing on gender mindset? And guys, you have to listen to what she's going to say because she's a very senior person in her organization, and the kind of comments she gets it's not even funny, right? So what's going on in your life in terms of what do they think of you when they think of you as a senior leader?
Okay, I'll get to that. There are funny things, right? So, yeah, gender mindset, for me personally, I've always been gender neutral, mostly gender neutral. I, never looked at myself in, be it in personal life or professional life, that I have to look at myself as a woman or anything like that, right? Sometimes also gender positive, because there are so many strengths that you can use to make things better, right? But when we talk about gender mindset, there are two aspects to it. How do you perceive yourself? And how does the world perceive you? How do others perceive you, right? While most of us look at ourselves, how you perceive is a direct reflection of what you get back. And there's a lot of data to it. It's a lot of psychology attached to it, right? I feel that most often women carry a gender negative mindset, which means a lot of women I know, unfortunately, feel that they're at disadvantage. And because you already think you're at disadvantage, and you are actually getting that what do you call, the same mindset back from the people you're interacting with, right? So I have to tell you this funny thing, and this has not happened to me once or twice. Because I've been a leader for a long time, and I mostly am in workspaces or most of my clients, I'm typically the only woman in the room, right? Be it in the, in my own board, or when we are talking about when I'm going to my client meetings and I'm talking to the management team of my, client, most often I'm the only woman there, okay? And multiple men I've come across, at least I think for a very long time, they say, "Tu to ladki hi nahi hai." I hear this, Now why? So I don't look at you as a woman, But I laugh it out. I find it hilarious, but there's a lot to it behind that, right? And when you try to explain this to people, they don't understand, because you look at yourself as gender neutral. You look at yourself as an independent, strong person. People think that because you are that way, you can't be a woman, right? Isn't that really, really unfortunate that if you look at yourself that way, the world cannot accept you, that you are a woman? Irrespective of how you are, whether you're strong, you're weak, you're a leader, whatever level, in whatever position you are a woman, right? But people think it's hilarious to say that, "Tu to ladki nahi hai," But then people need to understand, people need to internalize why people say what they say, and need to take a step back and say that, hey, just because someone's strong, someone has achieved, someone is accomplished, and putting themselves on an equal footing does not change who they are, And that's a reality, and I'm very sure a lot of women go through it, and the fact that, they want to call you dude, they want to call you bro. I'm not a bro. I mean, bro is a nice word, I have no problem with it. Because if you're funny, you're a bro. If you're a strong, intelligent, successful person, tu to ladki hi nahi hai, So that's really, that's the reality, and it's not like I pick the battles and fight them all in the world, but you should have this conversation, and there is some truth behind every joke, So need to talk about this more often,
Yeah, and it does come in the way, and a lot of times I think us girls would have had to just ignore it or shrug it off, and sometimes when you push back, you're told that you're extremely aggressive also. So the point is to just be sensitive around the fact that everybody can do well. It doesn't have to be assigned to your gender anymore. Everybody has access to information. That's the theme this time as well in the year, right? One of the things that I want to shift gear to, Sush, is we're a startup. We're 7 years in existence. So are you. It's been 3 years, right? To be 5 years, and then 3 years is what you really talk about in terms of your team expansion, etc. Right? You're the only female at the CXO level. You won awards, all of that. But if you take a step back, for so many years you were in HR, right? What was that pivotal moment that made you switch and become an entrepreneur? Because becoming an entrepreneur also is not something that most people actually today, they didn't start by being an entrepreneur. They had a job, right? So what was that moment for you like?
So I'll talk a little bit about myself. I know you know me well, but most of the others who are here, they don't know. I have nearly 2 decades of work experience, and the first 9 years I was in HR. And while I was in HR, I have tried, I started off with staffing, then I moved on to learning and development and, generalist role. I had great experience wherever I went. I had a great time, and the learnings were incredible, while I was with HR. But I knew deep down it was not my calling. And somehow there was no magic, when you feel that you're not deeply connected to what you're doing, I think somewhere you can't really give your best. And all along that feeling was there. I wasn't too sure what that feeling was, right? So in 2012, I think 2012 was a massive shift in my life. I took a step back and I started analyzing, why do I feel that it's not my calling? And I started reflecting a lot about work and how I feel at work, and why do I feel this disconnect, and how can I make a shift in what I was doing? So at that point there were 2 options. One, either I take a break, do masters in HR and continue and probably aspire for better role and work with different organizations, or completely make a shift and have different experience, in different functions. So much before that, I don't know why, I think it's sort of a Bangalorean thing that you always want to be an entrepreneur, So, wanting to be an entrepreneur, that feeling was always there. When I look at problems around me and I look at some certain challenges, there's always an urge to come up with a solution to it, right? And there's so much, it's great working in organizations, but I personally felt that it sort of limits you in what you can do, right? So with that thought and my own disconnect of what I was doing in 2012, I decided to make a career shift. While I was exploring what I want to do, I accidentally came upon loyalty, to be very honest. I think I've been fortunate that I've come across these, wonderful opportunities. So I got into loyalty industry. Loyalty is, at a very nascent stage in India, and particularly a country like India with mid-segment growing so rapidly. It's a very critical, strategic, collaboration that organizations need, right? So I did my own research and I realized this is a fantastic industry to be in. So I got into loyalty industry and I worked with 2 wonderful organizations, incredible learnings again. And after 5 years, I knew that it was time for me to venture out and start something on my own. And Elevators happened. So it's been 5 years since Elevators happened, and it's never been a dull moment. Of course, many, many hard days, many rounds of COVID and some really incredibly hard times we have been through. But I think I'm grateful that I took that step in 2012. And I really think people should do that. You need to experiment. You never know what career shift can happen, and some magic can happen when you take such decisions, right? So I'm really fortunate and glad that I took that step, and I've never looked back ever since. Yeah. I still feel that there is some part of me still there connected to HR. Even today, HR function comes under me, and you're passionate about certain things. But it was just great, where after here I am today having a great time being an entrepreneur. Of course, it's incredibly hard, but still no looking back. Yeah.
No, I think that's great. One of the things that Sushma was telling me over the weekend is it's easy to become an entrepreneur, right? To make a shift. But have you ever thought that how do you, you don't become an entrepreneur at the beginning. You become an entrepreneur over time. So how do you sustain that, Sush?
I think you said it well. nobody is born an entrepreneur, okay? And for some people, it could be relatively easier if you come from a family which has businesses, or if you're second generation, third generation, if you're getting into a new business. It could be relatively easier, but sustaining is not easy, even for people who have that background, right? And for people like us who are first generation entrepreneur, it's even more crazier journey, you know? Having an idea, having the connection, having the experience is one part, but to start an organization, to build and sustain is incredibly hard, right? And it does not happen over time. Even today, I don't think that, we have arrived, honestly. It's a journey, and you have to keep doing it every day. You learn from your mistakes. I would go back to that part of having connections at work and outside. It's extremely critical for you to have the right kind of network, to go back, to have a person to talk to about, where you can get better, or somebody who can actually guide you how you can get better, right? So it's definitely a journey where you have your ups and downs, but keep learning from that journey, keep talking to people, make sure that you're extremely committed and invested in what you're doing, right? And you go along, you figure it out, right? Yeah.
So, Sushma, you're a mother,
Yeah.
you're a wife, you're a sister, you're a daughter,
Yeah.
and you're a great friend. How do you do it all with being an entrepreneur and being the only woman in your workplace at that level? How do you do it all? And you're traveling all the time.
I don't know. Okay, so it requires a lot of planning, a lot of coordination, lot of collaboration with people around you. Someone once told me that behind every successful man, there is a woman, right? And behind a successful woman, there is a family and ecosystem, It cannot happen in isolation. I must acknowledge and thank my family. My husband is incredible. I think, if without him, it would not be possible. Amazing brother, amazing father-in-law, and my daughter certainly is a great inspiration for me, and I want to be, a great, inspiration for my daughter, right? And I have wonderful friends like you all, right, whom I keep talking to, meeting, and help me through this journey. I don't look at work life as a separate entity. It's not like there's a separate compartment called work and separate compartment called life. I know it's a very sensitive topic, but that's how it works for me personally. It's well integrated. My work and life is well integrated. It takes a lot of collaboration, planning to put this through. Having said that, some days are incredibly hard, but the point is, you don't let your emotions affect you, right? It can be a very hard day. Take a step back. It's okay to take it easy. You only have 24 hours. You can only give so much to your work, to your family, to your friends, but plan well in advance to make it happen. Also, most importantly, don't forget to have fun while you're doing what you're doing. It's important to have your social circle, to have fun, take care of your health. It's so important, right? And that's a learning that I learned the hard way, actually. You travel a lot, you're so invested in work, and it affects your health sometimes. So it's also important to take care of your health to be able to do justice to all that you're doing, right?
No one is alone, right? At the end
Absolutely.
of the day, you have a community, a family, an individual. Somebody is actually part of that success, right? Okay, so we'll do this differently. I'd love for you to think about some questions that you want to ask Sushma. But do you have a question for the men and women here?
I would like to hear from you all. I mean, we've been talking, and I see some smiles. The smiles, is it?
Krishna, we're staring at you from morning. I need a question from you. Come up. Come on, there must be something on your mind.
Hi.
Krishna, right?
Yes.
Hi, Krishna.
Well, I'm kind of happy to see that we are bringing in so many policies and so many changes in the company. This is really interesting. And I was always wondering, when we speak about so much of gender equality, we speak so much about giving women spaces everywhere. Like if you travel by metro, you give them a seat. If you are going in office, also we kind of try to give them more priority. Doing currently, is this really a need to do a event something like this, or can't we just say that okay, we are all equal, so we'll have everything equal? So that was one question that I always had in my mind, but then you started with that saying that what is the importance of doing this? What is the importance of doing this kind of event? And I think that did give me a lot of answers, and I'm kind of convinced that yes, it does make difference, that we should sometimes keep doing this kind of events to bring awareness. Not every woman in this world is lucky enough or are having this exposure or opportunities. I have my wife, I have got my niece, I have got my sister. All of them are working and all of them are doing really good in their careers and in their family. But that is something that is there in my family, so we have encouraged them to do it and they are doing it. But again, it might not be the same case with everybody else as well in this world. So once in a while doing this kind of activities make sense, and that once is probably a yearly one activity around this will definitely make sense, and it will encourage the rest of the folks that are there in the this is a good one. So I personally did not have any question, or whatever the question I had, I think you started with answering it very well. So
No, thanks for that. So, you want to add
Thanks.
anything?
Thanks, Krishna. I think I would like to just re-emphasize I feel, there was so much fear instilled in us, right? We were never made to feel positive about being a woman, right? They always made us feel, and by they, pretty much everyone, that was the mindset at that point of time. I don't know how many of you belong to Doordarshan era. If you watched Doordarshan that time, there used to be these videos of boys and girls, how you need to treat the girl equally and all of that. And there was a reason why they were just constantly pushing that content, because that's how the times were. And even today, it's just marginally improved, So while growing up, all you're hearing is you're a woman. It's a lot of stress for parents to have a woman, girl child at that point of time, because the responsibilities and commitment were different. And everybody is talking about what a disadvantage it is to be a woman, right? Now imagine a woman who's growing up in that kind of environment where not really, what kind of confidence will you have of what you can achieve, Luckily for me personally, I had a couple of really bold women, and they were housewives, but the kind of conversation that they had, how you have to be independent and how you have to be working, and one of them was my grand aunt, So even at the age of 95, she passed away about 10 years back, she would tell me I should do MBA and be independent and achieve so much, right? Now, not many people will have a grand aunt or a grandmother like that, but fortunately I had, right? When I was growing up, the choice was to hear all the noise which is telling me it is a disadvantage to be a woman, or few people who are saying that you can achieve what you want to achieve, right? And I was lucky enough to hear the other positive side of the story rather than get influenced by all the other negativity that was around me. Now think of millions and millions of women who are hearing this day in and day out, that you can't do it, right? And think about the men who are always told that you can, right? And growing up, what kind of influence it would have on your self-confidence and how you bargain with your situation, how you negotiate your way through, it has a big impact, right? Today, we've been able to fight through this 2 decades of working, many experiences which has sort of put us in spot where it made us feel that we can't achieve, but we have come through. it's been a fight. It's really been a fight. It's never been easy. And I know many women leaders who've had this conversation and who've told us how challenging it was during their journey, be it at home or be it at workplace, right? But they've made it. Now, that's not the story for so many other women out there. They could have the same fear. Their self-confidence may have been shattered as a kid, right? But hearing more of these stories will only make them believe that there is an opportunity. And most importantly, it's okay. If you lost out on some time, it's okay, but there's always a way to move forward in a better way, to change your life, to transform, take control of your own life. There is a way. And the more conversation we have around these, the more women participate, more men participate, it only makes it better for other women who are not in this position to, get what they want in life,
Yeah, and Krishna, I think to your point, right, there are times when I would love to take a long break, and I look at the numbers, very honestly, I look at the overall numbers. Even in the, 75th year of India's, independence, Modi government, right, the central government said one of the ways we'll elevate is by women being as part of the workforce. Why have they said that? They are not represented. And no one likes to sit here and have this, show, right? It's very critical to understand the larger picture and see what kind of contribution you are making. Even if you're a single statistic, it does make a huge social impact as well. So that's the larger picture to why this is necessary. These voices and these conversations are actually pertinent. We have a gentleman there. You wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, hi. My name is Vaibhav Narayan. I have a question. Who are forced to actually leave the mainstream working, formal ecosystem, probably 2 years, 3 years down the line, for different family reasons. I just want to gather your thoughts, as in, what do you think about those women who actually have to take a break from, let's say, starting 2 years to 10 years, and again they want to come back, join the formal workforce, but considering there's a gap of about 7 to 8 years, their skills are not up to mark. They still want to make a mark in the industry, but they are not, taken at par with their peers of the same experience, and hence they have to actually start from a position of weakness. What are your thoughts on, how to bring them back? On probably, what are you doing, or probably what do you think you should be done in the industry as such?
Yeah, I'd love to start, and please add. So there are two parts to it, right? One is there are great case examples of companies which had very right? They're looking at that last decade, but that's the point that I want to talk about. They've had to exit, right? It could be a lot of top performers who had to leave. So two things that happened with organizations is that their top talent was lost, their female talent was lost, okay? It was something that you couldn't do anything about. So a lot of organizations proactively started engaging the families. A lot of families were involved well in advance. They were given a lot of policies which were very friendly. This morning we rolled out a lot of policies. Why have we given so many choices? For example, one of the policies we have said is after your maternity, there are 4 different options for women to come back. So you're not just expected to come back 100%, you can come back 50%, you can just do 100% or 50% from home. You can also take a loss of pay and say 90 days, don't come back. We understand. So we're going over and above statutory requirements to support you. So we want you to come back. So policies help you walk the talk and stand for inclusion of women post this very important stage, right, of their life. The other thing is companies which are early movers like Goldman Sachs, ANZ, a lot of good companies have something called returnship programs. So returnship programs acknowledge that you're probably away for a long time and you're maybe underskilled or less skilled. So they have something called, they do it in different ways. One of the examples that comes to my mind is they give you to do 6 months of internship with the company. If you do well and you like it, you can join the organization. because you need to warm up back to coming back to work also, right? It can't be such a shock that you come in and the first rating is not good. So there's that ecosystem that's being built where a lot of organizations are actually leaning in to provide those options for women to come back. So returnship is something that I think is a very sustainable and a very conscious decision that companies are actually making. Anything you want to add, Sush?
Yeah, I think I have to completely agree with Mohana. Nowadays, there are such fantastic HR policies to ensure that women who are on break, who come back, are well integrated into the system. Companies are investing in, child care and so many other options to make sure that, they have been given that support, right? But I agree with you. It's very complex. There is there's only so much an organization can do to support. There's a large cultural shift and, outside the workspace, that shift has to happen from family. Men have to realize that even a woman's career is as important as their own career, Once that mindset shift comes, we figure a way out to build an ecosystem which supports. But sometimes it is hard. We all live in nuclear family. You may have to take a break. But there are a lot of recruitment agencies today who specialize in hiring women who are coming back after a break. So there are a lot of opportunities available outside if women have to explore. But it is still a complex situation. It takes, broader ecosystem to support women to thrive, once they want to have a family. There's one other thing that I would like to add. Nowadays when I talk to a lot of women and even some men, they're saying they don't want to have a family, which is even a challenge. Now, if one says they don't want to have a family, there's nothing wrong in it, if that's the personal choice. But if one says, I don't want to have a child because my career gets compromised, but they want to have a child, then it's a bigger issue that we are dealing with, right? Which means they feel that their career is compromised, their growth is compromised, and they're actually thinking of sacrificing one big part of their life to want to have a family. And it's wonderful to have a family, right? So I want to put it out there to all those people who feel that you can have it all. I think we've been misguided that, you can only have certain things as a woman. You actually can have it all. If you figure it out, you make your partner work for it, have those critical conversation and make it happen, right? And it's important to also think that there are certain critical things in your life which you should not forego for one aspect of your life, right? Because maybe for a few years you will progress, you'll have the growth, but eventually if that's what you seek, you're never going to be happy about it, right?
No, absolutely. Yeah. So, any other questions? Yeah, Saras, please. Can the mic be extended to Saras, please? Would you like to stand? We can't see you.
Yeah, so Sushma, I have a question for you. Like, you have so many years of experience, right? And I'm sure when you started out, things were not the way they are. Like, we've progressed a lot over the years as a country, in the work environment, everywhere. So what is one advice that you would give to your younger self who is starting out, or probably to all of us who are still starting out in our careers?
To my younger self, if I have to give an advice, I'll tell myself I would have told my younger self to be more serious. Honestly, I had a lot of fun, in my initial career. I would tell myself to have my priorities right if I have to, advise myself, okay? Now, if I have to advise other, younger people, and I would say women in particular, because that's the context of today's conversation, is don't wait for the change to happen. Please, I'll repeat, don't wait for the change to happen. If you want something, you have to go seek it. And once you go in that direction, things will unfold. Either you'll figure it out or things will happen. But don't wait for things to come your way. I think we should not sit and complain about our situation. Things are the way it is. Take control of your life. Don't have the fear. Don't have the fear of failure. You will find failure along your way. Life is just not all about success, right? Just be fearless and go head on, and you'll figure it out.
Anyone else? Do you have some questions for them, Sushma?
I mean, I'm only seeing a lot of happy women faces here. The men are like, well, it's my lunchtime. What's going on?
Not true. Krishna is smiling and he's very happy.
Yeah. So I would really like anybody, any man's view on, why is it important that women should be given this voice? We've been talking, anybody out here? Or can I just pick someone?
You can pick someone. I think
No,
it's
I don't
time.
want to put anybody in a spot.
Okay, guys, just spend 30 seconds with us. Everyone
Yeah.
turn around, please.
Yeah.
Connor, Sriram, everybody. And this side, the HR Bay, I'd like all of you to pay attention. We want one man here and one other man here. Why do you think, Sushma's question to you all, she wants to know, you want to repeat yourself?
So why should women have this representation or this voice, or why is this critical?
We'll start here. One of you, we would like a male employee to actually share this. And if you don't agree, you don't agree, but we'd love to hear your opinion.
So does that mean they shouldn't have a voice because I'm not hearing any voice?
This side, anyone? Abhishek? Can you get the mic there?
I think for long, women, and it's not a strange fact to any of us that women have been underrepresented everywhere. And that entire thing has led to women feeling that they do not have the right platforms or not enough people to listen to them. So it is very important for women to have that voice, and more than that, even more people to listen to that voice, especially at workplace, where women are capable of doing things even better than men. They just need people to listen to them and platforms to be represented. So that's why it is important.
Thank you. I have another question, and this again goes to some of the men here. Sometimes I feel there is a level of animosity with the response that come back, from the men, right? Can anybody, I'm sure you would have heard that, they feel that, women are in a better position today, why should they be representation? And there is a certain level of animosity, and they feel that it's unfair that this has to be done. There should be a women's day, and there should be this celebration. Can any of you articulate why there is a certain level of negativity there?
Or the fact that you don't think there is, and maybe it's just our perception, right? Anyone would like to?
Anybody who disagrees?
Vivek, would you like to? We talked so much about your mom, my mom. Any points that you would like to share as well? Can you pass the mic to Vivek? He's right at the back.
Yeah, so am I audible?
No. You can take this. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Inspired by my mom. Has been inspired by my mom because the way the struggle that she had been through when she started her schooling, education, and career, and where she reached today, or wherever she started her career in the job, all that was very inspiring. So the thing personally for me, the impact that a woman can create didn't come through the places where I studied, or didn't come through the events I've been part of, or the college I went to, right? It has been very naturally ingrained in me. So that kind of situations or that kind of experiences give you a different flavor of life, which for you suddenly don't start thinking to you. You don't think over it. You reflect in most of the times because I have been seeing it since my childhood. So that's a good experience, and maybe many of us have those kind of experiences. We just need to see if we can express that openly.
Yeah. And to just Sushma's question, right? Is there really an animosity when men and women are talking? And a lot of times we have faced it, right? So we want to like discuss it with you all that why are you privileged? Why do you need this day? Or why is there a quota? Why should companies have targets of 30%, 20%? And you're leading talent acquisition for us. So what?
Yeah. So see, definitely there has been underrepresentation since time immemorial. It's not here, it's everywhere, right? More or less. So these days actually help us to understand, remind us the things which we are not doing, maybe we can improve on. This or as a country, for example, even if we are celebrating our Independence Day or Republic Day, I don't see this as any of less value than that, right? Because it cherishes our, it cherishes the way we come from, or from where we are coming from, right? So overall, I feel that of course there has been cases where women have not been represented well, where they could have been easily, and there was animosity, which I also don't will say it has gone away completely. It is still there. Maybe it has reduced, and as we go ahead, maybe this will reduce more, and this celebration of these days actually help us to go towards that direction, and maybe they nudge us always that, okay, now you start thinking about this. Maybe if we don't have this day, still we might have progressed, but that progress might have been slow, that progress might have been fast, we don't know that. So whatever we have, maybe with that we can make things better.
No, that's a good point. Thank you for sharing that. Thanks. Yeah. So any last questions for Sushma, who's here, who's taken time away from her busy schedule and come in? Anything that's on your mind that you'd like to share, ask? Do we have anything online? Are there any questions that you can check? Trisha and Gajanan? Folks in Gurgaon, Mumbai, any questions from y'all? Cool. Any last message for us, Sush?
I think when she asked, I said it, right? You want something, go after it. Don't wait for the change to come to you. Just like Gandhiji, said, be the change you want to see and just go conquer. Nothing can stop you.
Awesome. So Trisha has something that she'd like to give you, a small token of our appreciation. Yeah. Can we please have a round of applause for our guest? Thanks everyone. Thanks for listening and participating. It's really valuable. Thanks, Sush, for coming.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thanks,
and
folks,
I'm
on
sorry
making
if I
another
ate into your
location.
lunchtime.
Check, check.
Hello? Okay. Okay, good afternoon again. We have our next guest, Preeti Jangra from Lal Sakhi, specifically, who's joined us. Yeah, are people from other locations tuned in? Okay, so we're going to play a video. Very short video for folks who have joined us, so we will make sure that you get a copy of that video. So let's begin. Thank you, Preeti, for coming. We'll start with your video. Okay.
Even in 2021, most women in India trust sanitary pads over menstrual cups. A Lassen study states that there are 199 brands of menstrual cups available in our country, but awareness for using it is still very low. A cup would cost roughly 5% to 7% less in cost than pads or tampons per period. As a menstruation cup can be used for up to 10 years, the plastic waste that it generates is as low as 0.4% compared to sanitary pads wastage. The lesser use of menstrual cups is also due to lack of knowledge and awareness about plastic waste. People in India do not talk about menstrual hygiene openly, therefore the shyness.
मुझे ग्राम खारपा की जो आशा कार्यकर्ता है अनीता मालवी, उसने बताया था मेंस्ट्रुअल कप के बारे में। और उसके बाद में लाल सखी संस्था से कोई मैडम आई थी, प्रीति मैडम करके, तो उन्होंने यहाँ पे हम सारी आशाओं की मीटिंग ली और मीटिंग में हम सबको इसके बारे में बताया और कैसे यूज़ करना है ये सारी चीज़ें हमें बताई।
Menstrual cups are more sustainable than pads, and depending on the material used in the manufacture of the sanitary pad, it could take up to 800 years to decompose a single sanitary pad. This led to the origin of Lal Sakhi, the organization that gives voice to both women and the environment together. In the current mission, Dharti, it focuses on educating all the rural women about safe sanitization, providing them with the right menstrual cup and giving them constant counseling through their change agents.
So under the project Dharti, we are promoting menstrual cups rather than sanitary napkins, so-called, that takes 500 to 800 years to degrade. And we are trying our best to provide menstrual cups in rural areas.
हाँ मैं एक कप यूज करती हूँ। I use menstrual cup. I use menstrual cup. I use menstrual cup. I use menstrual cup.
Speaker just showed a very nice, simple, humbling video. We're here to talk about So in the morning, as an organization, Better Place has taken menstrual equity into the ambit of having inclusive policies, and therefore I think this is just but natural that we have someone like Preeti who's done some really amazing, impactful work joining us as well. Can I request the HR team there to just, if you don't mind, can you, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us from all locations and as well as on LinkedIn, really appreciate taking your time and joining Better Place. I do want to spend a minute in terms of just introducing Preeti, our guest for 1 hour. So Preeti Jangra is the founder and director of Lal Sakhi. Lal Sakhi is the women's voice.
selected for accelerator program of Watson Sakhi Foundation. She worked as a consultant with the government of Madhya Pradesh in the Rural Development Department of FNHW, that is Food, Nutrition, Health and Wash, and Gender. She has received Governor Award from Uttar Pradesh government as well. So welcome, Preeti. Can we please have a round of applause before we listen to Preeti, please? Thank you. So you can sit here. Some really impactful slides to show us. Some of the numbers, when I saw it, I was pretty, alarmed actually. So feel comfortable. We have a clicker for you, and then we'll get into a Q&A. This is too small. Can we?
Hello, everyone. I think I can stand. Hello, everyone. So, happy Women's Day, International Women's Day. Initiative. So, we have started this journey in 2000. If you look at the high rate among rural adolescents, which is very high, and our third objective was plastic waste. So I'll show you in of so we have only 36% the previous one. The previous one. Yeah, the previous. Yeah. From their basic human right, which is like right to menstruate and access to safe menstrual hygiene.
for a month. One woman uses 240 pads in a year. And if we look at number of sanitary pads, one woman use in lifetime, which is like 7,000. Around of kg every year. So, Thank you so much. Project Dharti, that is Degradable Hygiene Management and Recycling Training Initiative. So let me tell you what is menstrual cup, what you were seeing. Next slide, please. Yeah, this one. So let me tell you what is this product is. So this is named as medical grade silicone, and it's a bell curve. According to many surveys happened, many research study also happened. So according to this, this is safe. I'm also using that in the last 7 to 8 years. It is very safe, it is very comfortable, and one can use it up to 10 years. So you can say it is very economic also. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so what is our approach? Likewise, this is a problem statement we have. Like, we are suffering, like we say, like we are developing countries, and we are like 8 years of democracy, but still we are suffering from period poverty. So you can see, like, most of the women are in our country do not have access to safe menstrual hygiene products. So through this project, like we are trying to give a bucket of choice, like this is the pros, this is like these are the factors, like this is sanitary napkin, you can see in the slide, like this is sanitary napkin, this is menstrual cup, and this is kapra. So most of the women uses kapra like in rural India. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so why menstrual cup? So if we look at like why menstrual cup, so we have like it is very economic. Next slide, please. I think previous slide. Yeah, this one. So it is very economic. It is eco-friendly because it is made of medical grade silicone, and it can be used up to 10 years, and it is effective because a sanitary napkin has to, change according to doctors or according to comfort, according to flow within 4 to 5 hours. But it can be like, it can contain the blood quantity equivalent to 3 to 4 pads. So it is very effective. It is eco-friendly because you can buy it from any, any e-commerce platform, from any brand. We don't promote any particular brand. So it comes like in between 300 to 500 bucks. And yeah, if a rural woman starts using this, then her entire reproductive life, you can say, can be, transformed completely. Yeah, so how Lal Sakhi is working, we are working on accessibility, affordability, availability, and adaptability. Look at the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So goal 12, goal 12, if we look at the goal 12, so responsible consumption and production, what you can do is like you can search it on Google, like how to use menstrual cup, how can I contribute, a change maker, since we have started this movement as change agent movement. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we have been recently covered by BBC and Indian Express, and these are some local media's work. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we have, Lal Sakhi have benefited around 20,000 of life, and 15 villages have been impacted. And we have reduced 200 kgs of plastics, and 65% of sanitary napkin from one village, like you can say 15 village out of. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Hello.
In our office, all women, Better Place is organized for a gift. All of you will receive a menstrual cup. So we will send an email tomorrow, from the people team, and each one can go pick up and collect your menstrual cups. Do let us know, do let Pri know what you think the experience will be, okay? Great, so tell us, Preeti, much like what we were talking with Sushma and,
Roka movement in my life, like when I was seeing women, the MMR, the maternal mortality rate, the infant mortality rate, it was very, very high there. So I pointed out this problem statement, I figured out, and then start working with, the rural communities and tribal communities. It's a lot of fun. Like whenever I speak to any urban women, like they are very much connected with the field, with the environment, but not as much as rural women. So whenever I go to them, and then they say, can you use it? Yeah, ma'am, because ये इससे बहुत plastic होता है. Them, like then I inspired from them कि मुझे इसमें काम करना चाहिए.
So they're more connected to nature.
आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स, many workers like the मध्याह्न भोजन के अंतर्गत जो काम करते हैं. But there is, you must have seen WHO also have recognized the work ASHA workers have done in our country, the vaccination number and everything. That kind of concept of community come from there. So whenever I provide training to one ASHA worker, so she teaches everywhere. Every woman, whoever she meets, because she saw, she observed like that kind of, period poverty. So which is very, very important. Yeah, like that kind of leadership is important. Even I want myself through you, we have distributed like menstrual cups. So I want if I definitely, I'm sure someone from here must be using a menstrual cup. So she should Now there is some, comfort. If someone is getting benefit, then I also could be. So yeah, we have to face. There are many challenges. You're right.
Interesting. And what are some of the challenges that you faced, Preeti? You've been doing it for a number of years, right? So what kind of challenges have you faced?
My challenge is like raising funds, convincing different stakeholders like government, like corporate, like a head of the company. List model, it has a recurring amount that has to be given to the company by a woman. So, and the menstrual cup life cycle itself 8 to 10 years. So that's the reason it was it is excluded from the mainstream.
No, that's very interesting. I think we should open it up for any questions that anybody has. May I request your attention for a moment, please, everyone? Do you have any questions on this extremely period leave, etc., as an option this morning? It'll be great to sort of understand what you think. Anyone from this side? I see a lot of women this side. Saras, I can see you smiling. You want to say something? Can you give her the mic, please?
No, I don't have a lot to say, but I think it's a really great initiative by Preeti about whatever she's doing, right? I mean, we all like at least men are getting to know about things right now. So yeah, kudos to you and
the fact that you've gone grassroots upward, I think is truly amazing. That's Saras.
Sorry?
Saras.
So Saras, have you heard about menstrual cup?
have.
You have heard about it. So do you have something like stereotype or something like some myths or something misconceptions about it? Like what it is made of, what material it is made of? Because it looks like it is made of plastic, right?
Right.
Right, but it is not actually. It is made of medical grade silicone. Yeah, so which is very important to know. You can do a bit of research about it, and you are gonna get from working with frontline workers. So in some drinking water and having fun at home, they are not doing, but you are contributing. Don't think like that. Never think like that. Thank you so much.
That's really sweet of you to say.
Thanks, Saras. Anybody else? Any questions? You good? Would you have any last message for us on International Women's Day itself, Preeti?
So what else I can just request to everybody is like, thanks to all women and all men are, thanks to all men, those have, allowed us to be here today, and itself because the world is patriarchal, we have to agree. come from the vulnerable section, like children, like women. So it itself a good contribution, from in my. Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, okay, Sushma has a question, is it? Okay, can you give her a mic, please?
Hi. Thank you, Preeti. That was
A
really...
little louder.
Can you hear me now?
Now it's better.
Thanks, Preeti. That was very insightful. I think the first one of to my mind, and perhaps also gives a
Yeah. So, we are not.
Cleaner. It's a 10-hour, right, to use it. But these are reusable products, right?
Yeah.
So how do you clean it? How do you ensure that you're feeling hygienic? How do you ensure the menstrual cup is also hygienic?
Yeah. So there is a process like named as sterilization process. According to UNICEF guidelines published by UNICEF, it takes only 5 minutes. So just we need to boil it before first use and last use, and that's it. No any need to use any no pH high soaps and all. No need. We just need to sterilize it in 100%, 100 degrees Celsius water. So it goes, inside. So just slice it and let's you reuse it up to 8 to 10 years. So how economic it is? So how much money you can save, and that the same amount you can invest on.
I'm just amazed. Yeah. No.
To her. Smita, you can hear me directly from this?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool, cool, cool. It was here, I think.
No, no. You can directly, you can go there and speak. Go there and speak something.
And Smita will be able to hear us. And we can hear us, her also. Okay. I am not sure, Smita, if you can see me. Okay. Smita, is your camera on? Can you hear me properly now? Loud and clear? Okay. But we can't hear Smita, no? Smita, I would request you to say something. Sorry for the last time.
No, no, that's fine. I can hear you very clearly. I hope you can hear me too.
Yeah, it's working
Yeah, it's
perfectly now.
working perfectly now. Okay, great.
Let's join that.
ಇದು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೆಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing else to do.
Okay.
And you can sit there and speak to her.
Here? I think I should be here.
Yes.
Can I sit
Yes.
here?
Yes.
This is too high.
Even if it's high, you'll go down.
So she suddenly was like, I'm like, what just happened?
Yeah, she will declare.
Can she see me? No, this way she can't see me, right? How?
Turn the project
I
to
should
this side.
sit here and look. But I can't see her. I want to talk to her.
You have to turn left and.
Can you move it there, camera? Yeah, because I need to see her. Thank you.
Projector, it will be there only. Not yet. It's here. कैमरा has to. एक सेकंड आप उसके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करो करेक्ट but Mona won't be visible here. You will be, wait, you have to sit here.
Can you but I think this is just a little. Hello. Give me the mic. I want to say hi to her. Hey, can you see me? Why can't I? Can you go here? I need to see her. See, it's so weird. I need to see her. You need to go there, if you don't mind. Because otherwise I'm turning this side. Yeah, but I need to see her, yeah. Oh, God. Smita, hi. Can you see me? See her and speak. Okay, cool. Are you comfortable?
okay, Smita? I can't hear you. Hello? Smita, can you hear me? Cool. Awesome. Will that come? You have to get all.
Presentation now. We just want to see her. When she says bring my presentation, that time it can go. You please replace it.
Smita, give it to. There's apparently going to be a bit of a lag. Why can't we see her? Oh, she's turned it off. Okay. It shows you're on mute. We're just 2-3 minutes, so you can stay put. There's going to be a bit of a lag, okay? So we'll just have to work through that, yeah?
Hi, Smita.
There is a bit of a lag.
Hi, Smita. How are you?
Hi, how are you? So good to see you.
So good to see you. Thank you so much. And you have become young. Can you hear me now, Smita? Great. So thank you once again. We'll catch up sometime. I don't want to bore everyone. Smita and I go long back. Hello? Is it better now? Okay. Smita and I go long. 12, Smita, 10. Smita, right? In SAP called Business by Design. And I never imagined to hear from her once again. So thank you once again, Smita. She is a fantastic personality. And I was like, I never knew that you can do river rafting next to my house. So she is kind of a person who keeps exploring things. Nutrition. Can use food in the right way for better health, right? And create a better place for the world. So thank you once again, Smita. Over to you guys. Unfortunately, I will not be able to join the session entirely, but I'll come back again before you close. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There is. Yeah. Just give it a second, Smita. So. Can you see me? Sounds like there's a lag. Or can you see me? Okay, good. So can we make sure that this doesn't happen, guys? It's like, what do we do? Constant issues. Are we live on LinkedIn? Okay, fine. So there will be a little bit of a lag, Smita, so we'll have to just work through that, right? So once again, I'll try to speak very slowly so we work through this. But once again, thank you, Smita. It's so nice to see you and for you to be part of Better Place. And we've been talking so much, right? Again, Smita and me worked together many years back, and like Praveen said, she supported him as an HR business partner. And Smita basically moved from Google, and before that she was in SAP, and before that she was in Yahoo and DocuSign, and all the amazing places from India to California. She lives in California and South San Francisco at the moment, and she's tuning in from there. So it's 3:45 a.m. as she is sitting there now. So thank you so much. Health and nutrition has a lot to do with sleep, so sorry about this, that you're sacrificing so much of your sleep just today, yeah? Thank you. So I have just a lot to say about Smita and introduce her. But really, we've both sort of written it down, so we send the message. Can I just request colleagues to keep it lower? It's very hard to have a conversation if there's a lot of noise. So the thing about our organization, Smita, is that we're working at our desks. We're a startup, so we're multitasking by having speakers today as well. So we're all sort of, living with this, event as well, right, on a working day. So, like I was saying that, Smita has just taken a very bold step and taken a chance to actually completely switch gear from being a thorough HR professional. She did really well. She was one of the people who made SAP Labs a great places to work employer. And I think there was a moment when Smita messaged saying, hey, Mohana, I'm dropping all this. I'm going to, move and do something completely different, which inspired me. An organization, how does the name Uddha sound? I said, what does that even mean? So she said it means water. And water means that water can really reshape anything, actually. It makes its way through things, right? Even your Colorado mountains have like so much of water actually that's worked through it. So she was very inspired by that. And I've been so fascinated. She and I, of course, have very different approaches to food, health, nutrition, but ultimately we really support the cause. So we're here to sort of understand gender and nutrition. We're here to understand how a life of a solopreneur is. She's alone, and how does she actually run her own company? Alone, right? Morning, Sushma had a bunch of people. She had about 50, 60 people who were actually employed with her. But Smita's story is very different, yeah? So thanks again, and maybe we can just start off, Smita. So tell me, what is it that completely made you switch gears, Smita? How does
So, what would that mean if I quit? Because there is going to be a ramp up period, and I should be okay with that. I'm not going to get the Google salary that I monthly salary. Why do I want to do this? Why not a year from now? Why didn't I do it a
Smita, I think the months that, or the weeks actually that we were talking Can you hear me now? Do something and let's keep it on. There are a lot of people on LinkedIn as well. Oh God. So Smita, tell me about your life as a solopreneur.
Was blocked the entire time. So this is a very big moment of truth where you ask yourself, now anchor yourself in the mission that made you quit your job. Why are you here and what did you want to do? So now it's all about me and my discipline and really kind of, listing out the things that I need to work on and making that happen. So I think it really questioned my relevance. It questioned my validity. Like, was the emails and those calendar invites that I had, were they validating my importance? And now that I don't have it, what will? Right? So, really charting out, this is why I'm here. This is why I quit my job. Here are the reasons, why I should be doing what I should be doing. And this is it. Keep taking one step forward at a time. And I cannot believe I've come such a long way now. It's no longer a question. It's no longer a worry. My calendar is full. I have enough emails. I am incredibly busy. And my husband jokes around and says, "You're as busy as you were at Google, or probably even more." And I say, yeah, it's been a journey. It did not happen in month one. It did not happen in month two, right? Learning as well, just like how Better Place probably has a very high bar for who you hire. It's been a journey for me to assess who I want to take on as my clients and work with, because some of them, most of them tend to be highly motivated people who are ready, mind, heart, and soul to change their relationship with food and change their health and transform. And then I do have some people who come in looking for miracles, and they tend to be like complete energy vampires. So I have also now learned the art of assessing that ahead of time and saying, nope, I don't think I would be a great coach for you, which is also a phenomenal learning what not to do. Instead of just saying, I'm here free for all, anybody can join me. I'm like, nope, I am here for a very targeted set of people. And I am a great coach for some set of people, and I'm not going to be the best coach for those who don't align philosophically. So I think, a bunch of those things had to come in place, and it's all self motivation. And going back to the imposter syndrome, like every time I've received like feedback on WhatsApp or on email, I have actually starred them and kept them all. So I just go back and read it and I say, there are so many people who need help. There are so many people who are suffering from a lot of, health conditions, and I am here for them. And I need to keep doing the journey that I'm doing because I can see the transformation that's happening in people around me when they've joined the program. And this is what is giving me the validity and the relevance and the joy and the pleasure of helping people. So, yeah, I would bring it down to yeah, I feel like today we are the most advanced in terms of science, medicine, and technology. And at the same time, we probably have the most sickest population ever, right? Um, the ironic thing is, human beings are the most advanced species. We can say one of the most advanced species that we have today in the world. And yet, we are the most confused and stressed around food. I don't think there is a lion out there saying, should I be a vegan or should I be a meat eater? Or I don't think there is a bear out there saying, did I eat too many pounds of berries in fall? Will I be okay? I don't think there's any elephant wondering, should I measure and portion control the amount of grass and leaves that I'm eating, right? But people are so stressed around food and they resort to food mostly for emotional eating and not to fuel the body or not for nourishment. And in the same breath, I would say that it is so confusing. There's so much information out there that it can be overwhelming for people. And I can completely understand people being overwhelmed with, oh, I see the social media articles saying, eat papaya, it's good for you. And then there's like, eat brown rice, that's good for you. And then, there's all of these conflicting information. How do you bring it in seamlessly? I think that is what people need to learn. And we need to remove the stresses around food, and we need to bring in this mindset of a playground mindset, right? Like, there are a variety of food. How can you bring them all in so you get all of the different nutrients that your body needs, and not the prisoner's mindset of, I need to count my calories, I need to measure my food, I need to do portion control, I need to release the weight. They're so focused on some of the external things and not really eating, so they feel more energetic, so they have less aches and pains, less inflammation, that they can go and achieve all of their dreams and their ambitions and make it come true. So I get that it's very confusing out there, and we are confused today. Yeah, great question, Mohana. Because of my background, majority of them tend to be from within the tech space, because they all tend to be, my ex-colleagues or my friends who've been joining. And then it's a word of mouth, like they join, they see a transformation, and people who watch them say, what did you do? And then, they have their friends joining. Like right now, I think over the past year and a half, I have had people from a 17-year-old to a 65-year-old. And I'm not saying the 17-year-old is someone who I worked with, but it's the daughter of someone who I know as an acquaintance, right? But people are joining because they're feeling like they're very tired and fatigued all of the time. Like, that's been like the number one reason. They say, I'm very tired all of the time. I want to get my energy back. I have a lot to travel. I have a lot to get done in the day, or I have a child and I just don't have the energy. That's one. The second one is, I've put on a lot of weight due to the pandemic. And, I don't feel good about myself and I want to get better. They come in with these two things, and then they realize, oh my God, my migraine has sort of disappeared. My PMS pains have completely disappeared. My arthritis pains have reduced significantly. My weight is releasing. My IBS has gone. My IBD is getting better. So once people come on board and they're in the program, they start seeing all of these non-scale victories, as we call it. And then it helps them anchor themselves more and more into why they need to be eating healthy. They start finding joy in the process of eating healthy, because they're going away from a lot of the pain that they once had. So their starting point into the program is for weight or for energy. But once they come in, there's so much we learn about what else was bothering them and worrying them and was acting as little pricks that was keeping them away from being their best self to, work at their highest potential.
Alive.
Yeah, beautiful question, right? Because we've been taught we are so unique, each one is so unique, and we keep thinking everything is unique for us. But here's the myth busting around that: we are one species of humans, and the food that we need is actually common. We all need the same type of food, right? However, that said, women are built for reproduction. So the food that they need on a monthly basis is slightly different in terms of what they feed themselves versus what they eat. We all need the same food. We need to feed ourselves a little more differently as women because we do have the menstrual cycle where our hormones play a very different role. Like for example, 5 to 7 days before periods, the hormone called progesterone is what is trying to be produced by the body, and it's the calming hormone, and we need to provide it certain foods to allow it to thrive, right? And then like day 1 to day 10 of your periods, you actually need to create an environment in your body to allow estrogen to be produced, and there are certain foods that help and support the production of estrogen in the body. So, and we have things like testosterone in men, and there is a big correlation between blood sugar and testosterone. So men and women have different hormones that need to be supported differently. So the foods that we eat will have a huge impact on how we are experiencing some of those things, and this is especially true more for women than so for men. But
This morning, we
so I hope everyone's ready to listen to that. First, I think I'm so happy that companies are talking about this openly, and we are even considering giving periods leave, right? Because it is now a topic that has been sensitized, and I think we have social media to thank for. And at the same time, the conversation around periods leave, menopause leave is all getting intensified because of social media. And I still remember many, many, many years ago, one of my ex boyfriends saying, "It happens every month. Aren't you used to it by now?" And I don't blame him because there was no social media and there was no sensitization around what really happens. And I don't blame him at all because, I thought about it. Yes, it happens every month. So why do I complain about it? And I realized that it happens like 2 days before the periods and 1 or 2 days on the day of the periods. And then, life is beautiful and you just go on with it. You forget about the fact that it was hard for those 3 to 5 days, right? And then again, it's like a punch. And then you're like, oh my God, life has come to a halt. And then you kind of go back to the beautiful life where you have all the energy and you're out and about. So, from that perspective, I'm really happy that social media has helped us desensitize, um, like not talking about it, and sensitize people to what is happening in our bodies and why we need a leave such as period leave. In the same breath, I would say that we don't need periods leave. It is very considerate of companies to give it, but we don't need it because it's not helping with the root cause of why people are struggling with it, right? So A lot of women are struggling with PMS symptoms, and it's very, very painful. And I only speak from my experience of myself and all the others who've been through a change in what they're eating. When people have PMS symptoms, what you hear is you need to do more exercise, you have a hormonal imbalance, or you need to take medication, right? But no one is having the conversation about how the food that you eat is a major contributor to that hormonal imbalance, and what they need to be changing is what they're eating. People don't want to hear this, and people don't want to hear it because food is such an emotional topic, and people have an emotional attachment to food. So it's easier to take medication and pop a pill and, call it a rest day and say, this is it, I cannot move, and be done with it, versus actually doing the hard work of changing your relationship with food and then seeing how beautiful life can be without those PMS symptoms. And I can tell you that literally every woman who goes on the program comes out of it saying, oh my God, like this is the best. I don't have any more PMS pains. And I still remember there was one person who said, Smita, my biggest problem with you right now is the fact that I get no body signs that I'm about to get my periods, and I don't track it on any app, right? So the food that you eat makes a huge difference to how you experience your like pre-menstrual cycle. And there is a lot of science around what you should be eating 5 to 7 days before your periods begins, what you should be eating day 1 to day 10, and what are the hormones that thrive during these times, and how can you support it in your body by eating the right kind of foods. Yeah.
Tell us more about it, so I want everybody here to also understand.
Yeah. Just to kind of close out on the previous point, Mohana, I wanted to say that when we experience any kind of symptoms in the body, it is our body communicating to us and signaling us that something is not okay in what you're feeding it or how you're treating it. And I think we've all gone so far away from listening to our body today and just listening to, what medication can I take to give it like a band-aid solution. So one of the things that I would urge everybody to do is when you have pains, listen to your body because it's signaling something. Like Mohana, you said you're getting cramps. It could be that, you're having magnesium deficiency, and the solution is really simple, right? And there are many foods that can also support it, like 5 to 7 days prior to your periods. And again, it's about learning what are those foods. And those foods don't include processed foods and junk foods at all. So, and we have a huge variety of fruits, vegetables, good fats, water, like everything that you can eat to feel healthy and feel like you have a variety that you can enjoy. So I would say treat your body with kindness and compassion. It's always trying to talk to you. And it talks to you by giving you signals such as pains in different ways. And when you don't listen to it and just like bulldoze over it and continue feeding it foods that don't help, that's when, those little pricks turn into a punch. And you're like, oh my God, what happened? I was eating healthy all this while. You weren't. Your body was trying to talk to you and you just weren't listening. Yeah. Feel very strongly about water. I was drinking 1 glass or less before, and now I do drink 2 liters of water a day with salts. So the thing about water is that every day, all of us are actually pushing out close to 2.5 liters of water a day. It's getting flushed out of our body in the form of sweat, in the form of pee, even in your poop. Like there's a lot of water that gets flushed out of your body, and we're not replenishing that back into our system. And why do we need so much water is because nutrients have to be carried around in your body. Like all of us know that our body is like 70% water. Our brain is 80 to 85% water. And when we don't drink enough water, we are actually suffering from chronic dehydration. So if y'all want to take nothing away from this conversation, then the only one thing I would say is try drinking like 2 liters of water every day with Himalayan pink salt, or you can buy any electrolyte with no sugar in it, because we need the electrolytes. Drinking water plain does not help us anymore, because we are again flushing out a lot of salts from our body, and all of those salts need to be replenished on a daily basis. So one of the other benefits of adding salts is people who don't like drinking water, they start saying, oh my God, I love drinking water now. I never knew adding like a pinch of Himalayan pink salt would change the taste to make it more palatable for me, right? The biggest problem people have is, I don't like drinking water. I don't know how to fit it into my daily schedule. And it's amazing and beautiful how people bring that into their life on a daily basis, and how they just start feeling they have so much more energy by hydrating themselves a little more. So just water, not helpful. Water with Himalayan pink salt or any electrolyte is the way to be drinking water. Yeah.
About slide on.
Thirst, Mohana, like I don't know if you have the habit of snacking at all or eating between meetings, but thirst is actually a form of hunger. When your body is thirsty, it gives the signal of hunger. It's not as advanced as we think it is. So it gives the signal of hunger, and people go and eat instead of drink. So when you actually drink 2 liters of water a day, you realize you're not that hungry. It actually curbs your cravings. You're more hydrated, and you're not eating junk, and you're not snacking on foods that you shouldn't be eating. So it helps in multiple ways. Yeah, I can see it. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is really about understanding, how important it is for you to imbibe this healthy eating as a part of your daily being. It's not something that you feel you have to just get to a destination. It's not about getting to a destination. It's really about how can I, on a daily basis, make myself better so I can actually live the best life and I can make all of my dreams and ambitions come true. So, really, the first step for that is next slide, please. Is, allow yourself to be on the journey, because people are usually so scared to give themselves permission to be on the journey. They feel like, oh my God, does it mean that I cannot eat X? I cannot eat Y? I'm so used to eating a certain way. I have all of these food rules where, I must have alcohol every Friday night. I must start my weekend in a certain way. I must start my day in a certain way. Are you going to take me away from all of that? Like, what does it mean to be on a healthy eating journey? And all I would say is don't worry about any of that. Step one is really to kind of, anchor yourself in the fact that I want to be on the journey and I want to know what all it's about, right? Once you know what it's about, you can then make the choice of whether you want to continue doing it or not doing it. But step one, I'm sure you'll have heard of this phrase called knowing, doing, and being. So, step one is knowing, like, get the awareness around health and nutrition. And doing, which is, in a very guided and a structured manner, you go through what it means to eat healthy. The last step is the being, which is totally your choice, where you say, okay, I have seen what optimal health can look like. Now the choice is mine. Do I want to live it on a daily basis or not? And I love calling health is not a noun, it's a verb, because health is not a place or a destination that you get to. It's actually a verb where you take an action on a daily basis. It's a process. You can only eat incredibly well. If you haven't eaten well today, the next meal is your next opportunity to change the way you ate, right? So you don't have to hold yourself back and say, oh my God, I fell off the wagon. There is no wagon. You have your next meal and you plan for your next meal and you eat the next meal really, really well. So allow yourself and give yourself the permission to be on the journey. That's really step one. Next slide, please. Define the identity that you want, right? Because everything that you want to be is tied to whether you have the health to be that or not. Some people want to be athletes. So, do you have the health and the energy to allow you to be an athlete? Some people want to be business leaders, right? If you don't have the energy, you constantly are in pain of some kind, you cannot be who you want to be. Do you want to be a parent? If you want to be a parent, again, you've got to be healthy in order for those things to happen, right? Do you want to age well? Have you seen your parents? Are they aging well? Do they have aches and pains and other conditions? Because it's very likely you're predisposed to that. But they say that your genes are like, are saying that you've been given a loaded gun, but your lifestyle is the trigger. So what are you doing to change if you want to age like your parents or if you don't want to age like your parents, right? So you have to understand and kind of bring to yourself, here's the identity I want for myself in the future. And in order for me to be all of that, I need to take daily steps to get there, right? And I love this story. If y'all are open to it, just for a couple of minutes, there are two sisters in the Greek mythology called Hygeia and Panacea, right? And hygiene comes from the word Hygeia, and Panacea, we all know, is a cure for everything, right? And Hygeia happened to be the preferred and the most loved daughter by the father. And Hygeia was someone who was there every day. She did things day in and day out. She was all about nourishing, cleaning, giving to others, taking care of others, cooking. And she was all about the day to day activities. And Panacea was a little more introverted. She would spend a lot of time in the forest. She would wander around all by herself. However, she had this little gift where, she had this herb which could cure anything. So when people fell sick, they would go searching for Panacea, and sometimes they would find Panacea, and a lot of times she was never there, right? So they would keep searching for her, but she was never there. So it's also one of the reasons why we need to embrace Hygeia, because Hygeia is there. It's about those daily habits that we can build in, and it's about those daily hygiene things around eating, about our self-care that we need to bring into our lives, that will actually give us the life that we want, versus waiting for the panacea, that one thing, that one medicine, that one superfood. There does not exist that one food or that one medication that will solve everything. No gluten, I avoid dairy as much as possible. For a foodie like me, all of these are not easy, but at the end of the day, when you start seeing positive changes in your body, staying healthy truly becomes an addiction. How powerful is that? Right? And this is the pain and pleasure principle that you saw on the previous slide, which is initially when you get on the health journey, you're trying to run away from pain. But once you start seeing how it's affecting your body positively, then you're actually chasing pleasure from that time on. So again, it's a journey where you switch from running away from pain and going closer and closer towards pleasure, because the more energy you have, the better you feel, the more productive you are. You're nicer to be around with, around your family and your friends, because the more pricks you have in your body, the more irritable you get, the more anxiety you have, the more short you can be with people. So you are on a day-to-day basis. Next slide, please. This is Wonder Woman, and I think a lot of women will, resonate with Wonder Woman. Again, she's 35 plus, mother of 3, and she says her eating style emphasizes tons of fresh vegetables, olive oil, lean proteins, and fruits. I look at food as fuel, and I want to give the best to my body, so I try to eat healthy on most days. Again, it's eating healthy on most days, and it's not being fanatical about, I will just not eat any junk food, because that is not sustainable and it kind of pushes people from all in to all out. So, and you need to learn how to do all of that. I'm not saying it's easy. We've never been taught, which is one of the reasons why I quit my job. I felt like people should have taught about all of this back in schools, back at colleges, and in the workplace, right? We've just not been taught how we can be empowered and how we can have more agency over the food that we eat and not feel powerless around it every time we look at it. Yeah. Next slide, please. Eat real, whole, unprocessed foods in their natural state most of the time. A good example is every meal that you eat, look at it and say, can I recognize all of the, the fruits, the vegetables, and the meat that I'm eating? Or are they all mashed and mushed in a way that I can barely recognize what's on my plate, but it tastes delicious, right? So it's really important to make sure that the food that's on your plate is recognizable as whole foods, and it's not just things that are made out of different kinds of flours. Next slide, please. Healthy eating does not and is not supposed to look the same for everyone. This is a very powerful one, because people always ask, like, what does healthy eating mean? Should I just be eating salads? No, absolutely not. Some people like to eat warm foods. Some people like to eat cold foods. Some are vegans. Their plate is going to look different. A vegetarian's plate is going to look different. A meat eater's plate is going to look different. So all our plates are going to look very different based on our preferences. So healthy eating is not meant to look the same for everyone. So it's really important what happens during the journey is, who are you? What do you enjoy eating? Because we need to build joy into the process of eating. Yeah. Next slide, please. The one before. Foodie. I love this one because everybody loves to call themselves a foodie. We have such an amazing restaurant culture all around the world. We have access to amazing cuisines, and people love exploring different cuisines, different restaurants, and that's where we bond. We bond around food, right? Food is a love language in many, many cultures, in India as well. So here's the challenge for all the foodies: raise the bar. Taste and health needn't be mutually exclusive. You need to be able to eat really tasty food that is actually serving your body as well. right? If it's not serving your body, then challenge where you're going, challenge yourself and say, why would I eat something only for the tongue if it's not nourishing my body? Yeah. All right, next slide, please. Going from desserts to dates is a journey. It does not happen overnight. So if any of you are inspired and you feel like from tomorrow I am eating healthy, um, that will not last too long, right? And this is where you need to kind of slowly build in, bringing in more of the good stuff than thinking about, I am not going to eat this and I'm not going to eat that. It's not about what you will not eat. It's about eating more of the fruits, eating more of the vegetables, eating more of the good fat, hydrating yourself more. It's when you do more of all of that, you will naturally do less of the snacking, you will do less of the junk food because those cravings don't exist if you're nutritionally topped up. And again, it goes back to the conversation Mohana and I were having around your body is always giving you signals. If your body is constantly knocking on your door and saying, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, even though you just ate an hour ago, that's because it's not got the nutrients that it needs to be well functioning. So it's like, yes, you gave me something, but it did not have the things that I needed. So again, I'm knocking on your door and saying, give me food. So you think of it as I need to eat more, but the body is actually saying, I need more nutrients. I don't need quantity. I want quality food. Yeah. Next slide, please. The one before. Yeah. Your daily diet and holiday diet should be very similar unless you have two bodies, right? A lot of people say, I went on a holiday and I picked out, I ate all out, I came back putting on 3 to 4 kilos, right? And I was one of them before, but no longer. And I can tell you, the more you get into this mindset of I eat for nourishment, I eat to fuel my body, you can go out to any country and you might enjoy some of the things that they offer locally, but you will not be in a place where you will go all out and just give up everything that you were doing, because you actually start enjoying not having those cramps, not feeling bloated, being very energetic, and you wouldn't want to lose that just because you're in a different location, right? And let me give an example. The last time I went to Italy, I went to Florence and Rome, and I ate a lot of the pastas, a lot of breads, and a lot of gelato. If I were to go back to Italy, I don't think I would be eating as much of all of those foods. I will still enjoy a gelato or two. I might still enjoy a pasta or two, but I know that I will look for more vegetables. I will ensure that I'm eating more nutritiously dense foods because I don't want to keep eating. I don't want to be hungry. And I don't want to feel like completely brought down because I've eaten like a lot of pasta and I'm now having food coma. I haven't had food coma in a long time and I don't want food coma at all, because food coma is, again, another sign that what you ate is kind of draining and depleting you. It's not energizing you. When you eat the right foods, you don't suffer from food coma at all. Yeah. Next slide, please. Good health is created in your kitchen. It's not created in any caterer's kitchen. It's not created in the restaurant's kitchen. It's not created in your company's kitchen either. It's actually created in your kitchen, where you have the agency over what you eat, what oils you use, right? A lot of people again say, I'm getting food ordered in. So I ask them, what oil are they adding? If they're adding palm oil or canola oil or sunflower oil, then you're not serving yourself. Can you then create systems in place where you can give the caterer or the cook a bottle of olive oil and make sure that you're using good fats, because everything else seems to be fine. You're eating more vegetables, right? But again, your health is created in your kitchen. The foods that you see here look amazing, taste amazing. They don't serve you well. It should be foods that you eat on a rarely basis and not on a regular basis. Yeah. All right. Next slide, please. This is very, very powerful. Know thyself, right? people usually learn when they're on a health journey. I like cold foods, or I like warm foods, or I like soups better. They start having a preference and an awareness for what kind of foods they like. It begins with that. It begins with self awareness, like everything else in life. Have a plan, right? One of the reasons why people cannot stay on healthy eating process is because they don't have a meal plan, they don't have a meal prep in place, right? So then you get really stressed out, then you're very, very hungry, you get ravenous, and it's very easy to order food on any of your apps and have that delivered home at like 9:30, 10 at night, and just eat and crash. So it's very important to have a plan in place as to what you will eat for the next meal or the next day. Meal prep is the number one decider between whether you're able to stay healthy or not. If you have a meal prep, then every time you're hungry, you know what you can reach out to. But if you have to make a decision in the moment, in the absence of a meal prep, then it's a path down. It's a path down eating a lot of the unsupportive foods. Know thy dish. We love going to restaurants, and you should not stop going to restaurants if you love eating outside. But today we have the privilege of actually checking the menu on our phones and then seeing what is it that I can eat. So every time you have to step out, just make sure you have something that you can eat which is healthy, right? Uh, the next one, please. Secret 10, weight loss and good health is 95% nutrition. Unlike what you have heard in the past, I have been exercising a lot. Why am I not releasing weight? Because exercise is not what you do to release weight. Exercise is for a positive mind, it's for emotional health, mental health, and weights training is for muscle building. None of that is for weight loss. Weight loss and good health is 95% nutrition. Exercise is for improved health. So if there's one thing that you need to nail in your life today, then learn about nutrition, because once you learn about nutrition, everything else will sort of start falling into place, whether it's around exercise, it's around your emotional health, your mental health, because your cognitive ability improves, your emotional health improves. You tend to become a better person just because you don't have all of this inflammation in your body, and you have more energy to go conquer the day. Yeah. Last slide, please. So you need good health to make your dreams come true. And I would encourage all of you to think about, what can I do? How can I bring in more of the good stuff? I don't want you all to think about what you will not eat, because that is daunting, that is draining. So think about how you can inculcate a lot more of the good stuff in your body, and how you can feel a lot better serving your body, just like the way you're serving your company, you're serving your parents, you're serving your family members, you're serving people around you, you're serving the community. Are you serving yourself well? Right? This is the highest form of self-care you can do, hydrating yourself well and eating nourishing foods. So with that, I want to pause. Yeah. Long day. Yeah, like I would love to ask them, how much water do they drink in a day? They can probably put in the chat, like, how many glasses of water do they usually drink in a day? Because I know it's the hardest thing to get done. And do they
at all. I don't see
You
that.
should ask how many drink less than 3 glasses of water.
Okay.
And fluids don't count. Coffee, tea doesn't count. Coffee, just water. And yeah, and those who are drinking 2 to 3 liters of water, I would say kudos to all of you. Please make sure you're adding Himalayan pink salt in it so you get the best of the fact that you're drinking so much water. Yeah, otherwise it's just water in and water out. It's not getting used in the body. No, I can hear you. Hi, now I can see you too. Yeah, it's a great question, Surajit. And I would recommend that you sip water or don't drink more than half a glass at a time because you don't want to rush water into your system because once you rush too much water into your system, it just gets flushed out. And the whole point of drinking and sipping your water and not gulping it is to allow the body to process it and then, make all of your cells plump. And, when your cells are plumper, it's able to carry more nutrients around in your body. But if you just like flush, it's like flooding the system, it just gets flushed out. So, great question. Don't gulp your water, drink your water, drink it at regular intervals. And the thing that I found useful is to drink every 30 minutes, like half a glass of water. Like that's the way I am able to sustain drinking enough water. And I stop by 7:30 p.m. because, by the time I go to bed, I want to ensure that I don't need to, get to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Yeah. Uh, there I wouldn't say like foods that help with positive absorption of water, but you can bring hydrating foods like, celery, cucumber, all of the greens for that matter. They're all like 90 to 95% water. So if you just start bringing in a lot of greens, like those are hydrating. If you bring in a lot of cucumber, a lot of celery, a lot of like, parsley and things like that, they're all very, very hydrating. So, which is why, I was saying that the more you eat the right foods, the less you will crave for the wrong foods, right? Because these are hydrating, they're filled with a ton of micronutrients, and it'll serve you really well to be eating those kind of foods.
Thank you, Smita.
Thank you.
No, just kidding. You don't have to answer that. Thank you so much, Smita. Really appreciate.
But Ravi, I wanted to tell you're a classic example of everything that I was talking about. I'd rather take medicine and enjoy living my life.
Someone told me don't drink. It's a slow poison. So I continue drinking. Thank you so much. Really appreciate this. I think we could not have
yeah.
Now, productivity.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Disclose
doing everything. Obviously, health and nutrition has
Thank you. Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mohana. Thank you, Praveen, for the opportunity. Bye, everyone. Bye.